go to is kind of dealing with a few injuries. You got banged up. You got kind of moving to give those guys some opportunities to do some things today. So today's pitching class is going to be Taylor Mitchell Jr. That's with those strikes. Change up, little curveball to go with it. So it'll be interesting to see how he fares today. It's all about, say, getting very consistent defense so far this season. So let's see if we can
All right, Camden Fairview Cardinal baseball live from George Branch Field here in Camden, Arkansas. Cardinals with their fourth game of the week, and we are facing the Ashdown Panthers. Cardinals with an 11-6 win last night over River Oaks down in Louisiana. Cardinals looking to continue the streak here. Coaches meeting at the plate here with the lineups. Cardinals set up defensively tonight. Going to be on the mound, Jackson Wilson. Behind the plate, number 12, Daniel Chambers. First base, Peyton Schroeder. Second base, Elijah Scantling. Starting at third base tonight's going to be Mari Utzi. Over at short, Michael Betts. Left field is going to be Aiden Zimmerman. Center field, Brody Dow. And Chris Randall gets the start after the save last night. He's going to start in right field tonight for the Cardinals. All right, looks like we're ready to go here from George Branch Field here, Camden, Arkansas. Caden White, the left fielder, going to lead it off for the Ashdown Panthers here in the top of the first inning. Again, Jackson Wilson getting the nod on the mound for the Cardinals. Daniel Chambers behind the plate. And here's the delivery. That ball's going to be a little outside in the dirt. Good job there by Chambers to block it up and to count 1 ball and no strikes to Caden White. Cardinals starting to put things together here. This is, I believe, the 8th game of the year. Big swing through that one and count even now at 1 ball and 1 strike. Cardinals got the bats going last night when they needed to. Jack Jeffus with a grand slam put the Cardinals ahead in last night's game and never looked back at that point. Big swing again, and Wilson ahead 1 ball and 2 strikes on Caden White. Caden White, Nate Castle, Riley Williams due up in the inning. Logan Irwin would follow. Here is the pitch that's outside, and the count even 2 balls and 2 strikes to Caden White. White leading it off here for Ashdown. Top of the first inning, first batter of the game. Here comes the kick and the delivery, and that ball low again, blocked up there by the catcher Daniel Chambers. 3 balls, 2 strikes is the count to Caden White. Payoff pitch and up, a little high and tight, and Caden White gonna draw the first walk of the game here for the Panthers. Second baseman now, number 1, Nate Castle at the plate for Ashdown. Caden White with a lead over at first base, and throw back over White in ahead of the tag. Jackson Wilson looking over, he's set now. Here is the pitch, runner goes, fake bunt and throw off the mark, and White's going to be down second base with a stolen base here, putting a runner in scoring position for the Ashdown Panthers. One ball and no strikes. I don't think he pulled. He squared the bunt. Honestly, I went to watching the runner, and that ball hit, just tapped, and it's going to be in no man's land. He swung, and basically that was like laying down a bunt. It just rolled there, stayed in fair territory. Mariuzzi charged it. If he'd have been playing the bunt, he would have had a play at first base, but playing to hit, and actually was a hit. Runners at the corners now, no outs, and Riley Williams, the batter. And here comes the pitch. Runner goes high. Nobody bites on the throw over to second. And Nate Castle at second base now, uncontested there. Runners second, third base. Riley Williams, your batter, no outs, top of the first inning. And that pitch inside, and the count 2 balls and no strikes to Riley Williams. Two-0 count, no outs. Looking in is Jackson Wilson. He's got what he likes. Here comes the kick delivery. That one a little low. Jackson with a little bit of trouble here, finding the strike zone early. Just got to settle in. 2-0 count. 2 balls and no strikes to Jackson Wilson. 2-0 count, no outs. Looking in is Jackson Wilson. He's got what he likes. Here comes the kick delivery. That one a little low. Jackson with a little bit of trouble here, finding the strike zone early. Just got to settle in. Let his defense work for him. Throw strikes. And let's get this first out. Here comes the 3-0. That one down the pipe. Oh. Looked good to me, but umpire said it was high. That's going to load the bases here. And Coach Todd Schroeder going to go out, bring the infield in, and have a talk with Jackson Wilson. Top of the first inning, no outs, no score. Ashdown threatening though with the bases loaded and no outs. All right, umpire out, breaks up the meeting on the mound. Logan Irwin, the center fielder, to the plate for Ashdown. Bases loaded, no outs. We're in the top of the first inning. And Jackson Wilson ready to go. And that pitch inside. And the count 1 ball and no strikes to Logan Irwin. And Irwin swings through that. Curveball evens the count up 1 ball and 1 strike now to the Ashdown batter. Cardinals need a little defensive work here to get out of this inning unscathed. Here comes the pitch, and again fights that one off. That's going to be hit fair. That ball rolls down. That is two that have just rolled down the line. Dribbled Mariuzzi, let it go thinking it would roll foul, and it hit the bag and bounced into play. That is an unconventional way to hit the ball. And scores a run for Ashdown. Logan Johnson now taps that one. Steps on. Wow. So I thought Michael Betts stepped on second through to first, and he did not. We get another run across there. 2-0 the score now. Taylor Mitchell, the batter, and that pitch in for a strike. Michael Betts fielded it, and the throw off the mark at first didn't get the runner at second either. It leaves the bases loaded. 2 runs now across for the Panthers. And that one outside. That pitch inside. 3-1 count now to the Ashdown pitcher, and that one way up out of the zone, and that's going to walk a run in for the Panthers. Colton Rowe, the batter now for Ashdown. Ashdown up 3-0 here. Courtesy runner coming in for the pitcher.
Let's go, Cards.
All right, Colton Rowe to the plate. Still no outs. And bases loaded, 3-0 the score. That pitch is low, and the count 1 ball and no strikes to Colton Rowe. And that pitch misses outside. 2 balls and no strikes now on the Ashdown first baseman Colton Rowe. Ball 3 now to Colton Rowe. Three balls, no strikes. Jackson Wilson kicks, delivers. That one's going to be high and tight, and Cardinals have walked in another run here, and that's going to bring Coach Austin May to the mound for the Cardinals. We're going to take the break here with them, and we'll be right back. All right, new pitcher for the Cardinals, Brody Dow. Braden Irwin, the batter, first pitch to Irwin is ball one. Ashdown with a 4-0 lead, no outs. He hits that one foul. Jackson Wilson moves over to third base. Mariuzzi moves out to center field. And Chris Randall in right. Here comes the pitch. And that pitch in for a strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes now on Braden Irwin, the Ashdown Panther right fielder. Now kicks, delivers. That ball hit into center field. That's going to be in the gap. That's 1 run there across for the Panthers. That ball hit right in the gap out to right center field.
At the plate, number 5, Cameron Adams.
All right, Cameron Adams, 9th batter of the inning for Ashdown, to the plate. Bases still full of Panthers and no outs. That pitch a little outside, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. And that one inside, and the count now 2-0 to Cameron Adams. And that pitch in for a swing and a miss, and the count 2-1 now to Cameron Adams. Five to nothing the lead for the Panthers here. Top of the first inning, still no outs. That pitch misses low, and the count now 3 balls and a strike. And that one's going to be inside, and again, Cardinals. Caden White back up for the Panthers. First pitch to White misses outside. And that pitch hit in the air, left center field. Mariuzzi comes on, dives for it, and no catch there. Throws over to third, and another run across there.
Now batting, number 1, Nate Castle.
All right, bases remain loaded, no outs, 7-0 the score. That pitch high.
I keep working, guys.
Nate Castle, the batter for Ashdown. And that pitch hit foul over on the third base side, rolls over to the fence. Count even now, 1 ball and 1 strike. Ashdown with a 7-0 lead here, top of the first inning, no outs. And swings at that one, fouls it off again, and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes to Nate Castle. Castle hits that one on the ground, fielded there by Betts, and no throw. All right, Cardinals get the first out there, force out at home. Jackson Wilson fields it, throws it to Daniel Chambers for the force out at home. One away now, 8-0, and Riley Williams now the batter. No, this is Logan Irwin. And that pitch hits Logan Irwin.
Now batting, number 20, Logan Johnson.
14th batter of the inning for Ashdown. 9-0. Top of the first inning, one away. And that pitch high and away. 1 ball, no strikes. That pitch fouled back. 1 ball, 1 strike. That pitch in 4 strike, 1 ball, 2 strikes now. And that pitch hit into center field down.
Jesus. Come on, guys.
Now batting, number 3, Taylor Mitchell.
Taylor Mitchell, the batter for Ashdown. And that pitch in for a strike. That pitch just a little low. Blocked there by Daniel Chambers, and the count even 1 ball, 1 strike. 1 away. Ashdown running away with this one. That pitch outside, 2 balls and a strike. This tests a lot of things for a team when something like this happens. You got to stay positive, stay in there, get the outs, and get to the plate. 3-1 is the count now. We're going to have to chip away at it a little bit at a time. Cardinals were down 11-2 earlier or last week and came back and won that one, so it's not out of the question. And that pitch hits Taylor Mitchell.
Stepping up to the plate, number 9, Colton Rowe.
Colton Rowe up again for Ashdown. First pitch to Rowe. Here's strike one.
Let's go 10.
And that one tapped. Fielded by Elijah Scantling. Steps on second. Believe they turned a double play.
Well, they called interference.
Okay. Called interference for no slide. Cardinals get out of that inning. I don't know what else to say about that. It's what Forrest Gump said. That's about all I got to say about that. 11-0. Cardinals come to bat in the bottom of the first inning. All right, Aiden Zimmerman going to lead it off for the Cardinals here in the bottom of the first inning. They got a lot of work to do.
Zimmerman.
That pitch up in the zone, high for ball number one. Taylor Mitchell on the mound. Logan Johnson behind the plate. That pitch in for strike, fielded by the third baseman. Throw over to first for out number one. Big throw there by the third baseman over to first. And gets Aiden Zimmerman. Aiden out at first. Here comes Elijah Scantling. That pitch inside. One ball, no strikes to Scantling. And that pitch a little high. And the count 2-0 now to the Cardinals' second baseman Elijah Scantling. That one a little low, and the count 3-0 now. Mitchell kicks, delivers. That one going to be high above the head there, and Scantling going to take first base there on a walk. Marietzi now to the plate for Camden Fairview.
For the Cardinals, number 2, Marietzi.
All right, Mariucci at the plate. Elijah Scantling with a lead there at first base. First pitch, a little outside, and the count 1 ball, no strikes to Mariucci. Throw over to first. Scantling dives back into the base, head first ahead of the tag. A 1 ball, no strike count, 1 away, and that pitch finds the outside edge of the plate with a little help from the catcher in the frame there. Count even 1-1. 1 away. Elijah Scantling, the runner at first. That pitch outside. Catcher tries in vain to slide it over into the strike zone. 2 balls and a strike. 1 away. And that one high. And the count 3 balls and a strike now to Mariucci. And that pitch called a strike. Etsy thought he was going to first base. And that pitch hits Etsy, and he's going to be down to first base on the hit by pitch. Moves Elijah Scantling over to second base, and Peyton Schroeder, the hitter now for the Cardinals. Neither team throwing too many strikes here yet. Comes the pitch, that one in for a strike. Schroeder back in the box. No balls and a strike. 1 away. Cardinals with runners at first and second base. And Schroeder hits that one. Going to be fielded there by the second baseman. Steps on first, and the double play ends the inning. No hits, no runs, 2 left. 11-0, the lead for Ashdown, headed to the second inning. All right, Braden Irwin leading it off for the Panthers here in the second inning. First pitch, swing and a miss, and no balls and a strike. The count. And Brody Dow delivers that one a little high in the count, even 1 ball, 1 strike.
Let's go, 1-0. You're good.
Here comes the kick and delivery from Brody Dow. That check swing. First base umpire says he did not go. Count is 2 balls and 1 strike. Pitch in for a strike in the count, even 2-2 now to Braden Irwin. 11-0 the score here, top of the second inning. Ashdown leading the Cardinals. That pitch going to be low in the dirt, blocked up there by Daniel Chambers, and the 3-2 count now to Irwin. Here comes the pitch, and that one's hit off the handle of the bat, and Michael Betts out at shortstop goes back into shallow left center field for the catch and the out.
Now batting, number 5, Cameron Adams.
Cameron Adams, the batter now for the Panthers, 1 away. And that pitch inside, 4-1. Here comes the pitch by Dow. That one low in the zone. 2 balls and no strikes. 1 out here in the top of the second inning. Big lead for Ashdown as they score 11 in the top of the first inning. With no runs by the Cardinals in the bottom of the first. Brody Dow kicks, delivers that pitch, swing and a miss, and the count is 2 balls and a strike to Cameron Adams. That ball hit off the handle. It's going to be down in left field for a base hit.
Now batting, number 4,
Caden White walked his first at bat in the first inning, got a hit, scored a couple of times in the inning. Here comes pitch outside, bounces off the glove over to the third base side, going to allow Cameron Adams to advance to second. One ball, no strikes, the count to Caden White. Runner at second base for Ashdown. Brody Dow comes set. Here comes the pitch. It's going to curve outside. And the count now, 2 balls and no strikes. Here comes the 2-0 pitch in the dirt, and the count now 3-0 to Caden White. That pitch in for a strike. 3-1 count now to Caden White. And that pitch fouled off, and the count now full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. And Brody Dow with the strikeout there of Caden White. Nate Castle, the Ashdown Panthers second baseman, to the plate of the inning. And that pitch stays up high. 1 ball, no strike. Here comes the pitch from Dow. That's going to find the inside edge of the plate. And the count even, 1 ball, 1 strike. Comes the delivery. That's outside. And the count, 2 balls and a strike. Cardinals looking for one more out here in the second inning. Seem to have settled down here a little bit. Got their wits about them. And pops that one up and out of play behind the plate. And the count even now, 2 balls and 2 strikes to Nate Castle. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Top of the second inning. Here comes the pitch from Dow in, and that's going to be tapped foul over to third base, fielded there by Jackson Wilson. Back into the pitcher, count still 2 balls and 2 strikes to Nate Castle. Here comes the pitch from Dow, and again fouled up, out of play. 2 balls, 2 strikes. All right, here comes the pitch from Dow. That one's going to be a little down, bounces away from Chambers. Believe it hit him in his hand. Runner's going to move down to third base on the pass ball. Full count, 2 outs. Cardinals need this last strike. And that ball's fouled off over to the third base dugout. Three-two count. Here comes a 3-2 pitch from Dow. That one finds the strike zone, and Castle strikes out looking. Cardinals hit. No runs, no errors, 1 left on. All right, Brody Dow leading it off for the Cardinals here. Bottom of the second, swings first pitch, hits it over to third, fielded, and the throw over to first base in time. 4 out, number 1 here in the bottom of the second inning. Drew Bostic now to the plate for the Cardinals. Dow, Bostic, Michael Betts due up in the inning. Drew Bostic trying to get things started here for the Cardinals. Ball 1.
Drew Bostic.
Here comes the pitch to Drew. That one down low, and the count 2 balls in. And that one's going to be outside in the dirt. And a 3-0 count now for Drew Bostic. Michael Betts on deck. Jackson Wilson in the hole for the Cardinals. Need to get a little something going here. Put a couple of runs on the board. Try to dig our way back into this thing. 11-0 lead. That's 4 pitches and 4 walks. And Drew Bostic going to go down to first. The second inning.
Let's go, Smalls.
Michael Betts
Now batting.
to the plate.
Michael Betts.
Betts playing shortstop tonight for the Cardinals. Drew Bostic down at first base. Mitchell peers over his shoulder. And here comes the pitch home. That's in for a strike in the count. No balls and a strike to Michael Betts. Mitchell working fast opposite field, hit into right field, and he is under it for the catch. 2 away now in the inning. Jackson Wilson now the batter.
Now batting number 21, Jackson Wilson.
First pitch on the way to Wilson, swings at it. That's going to be every day. That was deep in the hole, backhanded there by the shortstop. But Wilson's going to be safe at first. Daniel Chambers to the mound. Or I'm sorry, to the plate. Runners at first and second for the Cardinals. Here comes the pitch. That's going to be a little high, a little outside. A 1 ball, no strike count.
Go 1-2.
Daniel Chambers taps that one shortstop, fields it, throws over to first, and the Cardinals leave a couple of stranded on a hit and a walk. No runs, no errors, no score for the Cardinals. 11-0 lead headed to the top of the third inning. All right. That pitch just on the other side of the batter. And the first pitch to Riley Williams here in the third inning is ball number 1. And swings through that one, and the count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. That pitch outside, and the count 2 balls.
Not like out. Does that make sense?
And that pitch fouled off, and the count even 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Playing number 11, Logan Irwin.
Logan Irwin, now the batter. Riley Williams goes to first base on a walk. Pitch fouled off on the left side. One ball, 2 strikes. The count now. And that pitch misses, and Irwin, the batter, for fouls that one off into the glove. Logan Johnson, now the catcher for Ashdown, to
Now
the
batting
plate.
number 20, Logan Johnson.
I don't know what's going on. It's kind of got hit and knocked out first pitch there. Fouled off by Logan Johnson. 1 away in the inning. Up there, count is even at 1 ball and a strike. Runner at third for the Panthers, Riley Williams. Here comes the pitch, and that one just misses off the outside edge of the plate, and 2 balls and 1 strike to count. And that pitch hit off the handle of the bat, fouled off. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 away. A play into the parking lot, and count even, 2 balls, 2 strikes. And that pitch
Now batting, still batting.
Logan Johnson with 3 balls and 2 strike count. 1 away. No runners on the base path. 12-0 Ashdown lead here. And that pitch hit over to third, fielded by Jackson Wilson. Throw across the diamond in time for out number 2.
Now at the plate, number 3, Taylor Mitchell.
Taylor Mitchell, the batter now for Ashdown. Here comes a pitch by Dow, swing and miss for strike number 2. 2 good-looking pitches there from Brody Dow. If he can get in the groove there and keep that up, Cardinals can do some work here. And that pitch in there for a strike gets Taylor Mitchell looking. So Ashdown gets 1 across. They leave 12-0. A couple of good pitches there by Dow to get that last strikeout. Cardinals coming back to the plate. They got a lot of chipping away to do. It's 12-0 Ashdown. All right, Aiden Zimmerman going to lead it off for the Cardinals here.
Number 5, Aiden Zimmerman.
All right, first pitch to Zimmerman. Runs him off the plate, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. That pitch misses off the outside edge of the plate, and the count 2-0 now to Aiden Zimmerman. That pitch in for a strike, count 2-1 now to Aiden Zimmerman. That one in the dirt, and it's 3-1 now to Zimmerman. Zimmerman leading it off for the Cardinals here in the 3rd inning. That one high, and Aiden's going to go down and draw a walk here. It's going to bring Elijah Scantling back to the plate for Camden Fairview. Cardinals need to take advantage of every opportunity they're given here. Try to get some runs across. 12-0 Ashdown lead. Here comes the pitch. Scantling swinging at the first pitch, hit the shortstop. He's got one and across. Elijah safe at first.
At the plate for the Cardinals, the third baseman, Mariuzzi.
All right, one away for Camden Fairview. Mariuzzi hit by a pitch in the first inning. Elijah Scantling at first base for the Cardinals. One away. Mari swings at that one. That's going to fall into no man's land in the infield. That is one of those hits like Ashdown got a couple of back in the first inning that just came off the end of the bat and rolled to where nobody was and nobody could get to. Moves Elijah over to second.
Now batting for the Cardinals, number 19,
Peyton Schroeder now the batter for the Cardinals. That pitch past the Ashdown catcher. Runners are going to advance on the pass ball. And that pitch outside. Count 2 balls and no strikes to Peyton Schroeder. That pitch up and away. 3-0 count now to Peyton Schroeder. Here comes the pitch. That one's going to be in for a strike. Schroeder taking all the way on a 3-0 count. 3-1 now the count to Schroeder. Runners in scoring position for the Cardinals. Base hit here can get the scoring started for Camden Fairview here in the bottom of the third inning. Here comes the pitch. Schroeder swings, fouls it back in the count full now to Peyton Schroeder.
Let's go to work here.
3-2 count. Here comes the pitch. Maybe here it comes. And outside, Schroeder going to draw a walk. That loads the bases for Brody Dow.
Now batting number 10, Brody Dow.
Let's go 10. Birdie. Hit it hard somewhere.
All right, Brody Dow with opportunity here with one away in the bottom of the third inning. Brody swinging at the first pitch is going to hit that center field. Coming on, that ball falls, and runners had held up there, and Elijah going to make it across on Peyton Schroeder down at second base on the slide. I don't know if it's a leg, a hip. I don't know what he's got going on there. We're going to take a break, let him tend to Peyton Schroeder. All right, Peyton Schroeder walking off on his own power very slowly. I don't know, ankle, leg, what happened. He was sliding into second base. And we're going to have courtesy runner come in there for Schroeder. Looks like Rodney Frazier. I believe that's Rodney Frazier going to come in and run for Schroeder. Cardinals get a run across there. Elijah Scantling comes home to score. Mariuzzi at third, and
At the plate for the Cardinals, number 8, Drew Bostic.
Drew Bostic, the batter now for Camden Fairview. 12-1. Cardinals with the bases loaded, one away. And Drew hits that first pitch, going to be fielded by the shortstop. And we got the force. I don't know. They called Drew safe at first, I believe. They got the force at second. Drew Bostic safe at first base. That brings another run across on the fielder's choice.
The shortstop, Michael Betts.
Michael Betts now the batter for the Cardinals. 2 down, 12-2 score. That pitch behind Betts as Rodney Frazier comes home. That ball bounced off the bricks there right back to the catcher. And nothing, Rodney couldn't have done anything about that. So Cardinals get a couple across. They leave the bases loaded, 12-2. All right, Brody Dow back on the mound for the Cardinals. And that ball tapped foul, number 6. The batter here. And let's see if I can find out who he is. That pitch misses high. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The count. That one's going to be tapped shortstop. Michael Betts has it, fires over to first base, and they got him. That was Sam Scroggin.
Now batting,
Sam
number
Scroggin.
13, Pace Cooper.
Pace Cooper now the batter. Swinging first pitch fouled. Out of play. Tapped over to third base, picked up there by Jackson Wilson. Throw over to Aiden Zimmerman. 4 out and away in the 2. Cade White, the batter now. And that pitch hits White.
Now batting, number 10, Hayden Green.
All right. Hayden Green, the batter now. Subs coming in for Ashdown. And that pitch misses outside. 12-2, the score. Ashdown over the Cardinals in the top of the 4th inning. 2 away, runner at first base. Brody Dow kicks, delivers. That one stays high. The count 2-0 now to Hayden Green. That pitch outside and a 3-0 count now to Hayden Green. And fouls that one up and out of play. 3-1 the count now to Green. Three and two the count now to Green. 2 away. Brody Dow trying to get this last strike. Runner goes. That ball's hit and picked up by Scantlin. Throw over to applied the tag and gets the final out. 12-2, Ashdown lead. All right, Michael Betts to lead it off for Camden Fairview here. Bottom of the fourth inning. They're behind 12-2. That pitch in for a strike. And Betts goes through on that one.
You're good, 9.
0-2 the count now to Michael Betts.
Mom.
And Betts swings at that one, hits it into right field. Right fielder comes under, makes the catch for out number 1. Jackson Wilson up now for the Cardinals. And that pitch up around the eyeballs.
At the plate for the Cardinals, number 21, Jackson Wilson.
A 1 ball, no strikes, 1 away, bottom of the fourth. And Wilson fouls that one off out of play. Count even now, 1 ball, 1 strike. And the pitch outside, 2 balls and a strike. Cardinals need to score at least 1 to keep this thing going here after the 5th inning. And that pitch is going to be hit in the gap. Wilson, opposite field, hit. And that's going to go past the right fielder. Jackson Wilson rounds first, and he will be into second. Daniel Chambers now to the dish for Camden Fairview. And that one fouled back into the fence. 1 ball, oh, I'm sorry, no balls and a strike. That pitch stays up in the zone. Count even now, 1 ball and a strike. To the Cardinal, catcher Daniel Chambers. And that one in for a strike. 1-2 the count now. And that one's going to hit Daniel and send him down to first base. Logan Irwin is the pitcher now for Ashdown. Aiden Zimmerman now back to the plate for the Cardinals. Aiden Evans going to come in and run for the catcher. Swings first. Jackson Wilson going to be held up there at third base. Loads the bases for Savage Scantling. And Elijah swings at the first pitch. Fouls it out of play. No balls and a strike. One ball and 1 strike to Elijah Scantling. And that one stays high. 2-1 count now to Elijah Scantling. 12-2 Ashdown lead. Cardinals with the bases loaded and 1 out. And that one outside, and the count goes to 3-1. Walk here would bring home a Cardinal run. Three-one count. And Scantling swings through that one. Count full now, 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 away. Elijah and bring home a couple of runs. That was going to be low, and that's going to walk in a run for the Cardinals.
At the plate for the Cardinals, number 2, Mariazzi.
Mariachi, big cut, count even now 1-1. And that one misses. Two balls and a strike to Mariachi. Bases loaded and one away. Mari fouls that one back into the fence, evens it up 2-2 now. 12-3 the score. And that one's going to be outside, and Mariachi is going to walk as well. All right, second run across in the inning for the Cardinals. Rodney Frazier going to come to the plate for the Cardinals.
Number 11, Rodney.
And Frazier swinging at the first pitch, fouls it out of play. And the count is no balls and a strike. One away. Cardinals with the bases loaded and one out. And that pitch catches the inside corner, and Frazier in the hole 0-2. No balls, two strikes, one away. And pitcher steps off towards third base. Aiden Zimmerman back to the bag. And fouls that one back out of play. Well, no, not. It's fouled straight up. I thought that pitch was fouled back behind the plate, and it's popped up in foul territory, caught by the pitcher for out number 2. Brody Dow now to the plate.
Now batting for the Cardinals, number 10, Brody Dow.
2 away, bases are loaded. And swings at that first pitch. Up on behind first base, caught there by the second baseman. And that does it for the Cardinals in the inning. They lead the bases loaded. They get a couple of runs across on a couple of hits. And the score now 12-4. Chris Randall on the mound now for the Cardinals. Nate Castle going to be up for Ashdown. 12-4 Ashdown lead here, top of the 5th inning. That pitch misses high and away. The 1 ball. And that one was well outside. 2-0 count to Nate Castle. Castle fouls that one over on third base. Side of the diamond. Count even, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Castle, the leadoff batter here in the top of the 5th inning for Ashdown. And again, fouls that one back over towards the Ashdown dugout. And that one in for a strike. Gets Nate Castle looking for the 2nd time in the game. Let's see. This is Riley Williams. One away. Top of the 5th inning, 12-4 Ashdown lead. That pitch just a little low. And Chris Randall with a kick and delivery and chases curveball out of the zone. 1 ball, 1 strike now to Riley Williams. Chris Randall with the sign. The kick, the delivery, swings again on the curveball. And the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes to Riley Williams. Here comes the pitch, and it's down low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Randall working fast, chases that curveball outside for strike 3. 2 strikeouts there for Chris Randall. Brings Logan Irwin. He's moved to the mound for Ashdown. Two down. Here comes the pitch. Swings on the first pitch. That stays fair down the line. Foul. I thought he said it stayed fair, but it's a foul ball. Logan Irwin going to come back and do it again. No balls and a strike. The count, 12-4. Ashdown lead, 2 away here in the top of the 5th inning. Here comes a pitch from Randall, swings through that one. And an 0-2 count now to Logan Irwin. Pops that one up, and it's out of play. No balls, 2 strikes the count. 2 away here in the top of the 5th. 12-4 Ashdown lead. And swings through that one. 3 strikeouts in the inning there for Chris Randall as Ashdown goes down in order. Cardinals coming to the plate. 12-4 is the lead for the Ashdown Panthers. All right, Bostic, Betts, and Wilson due up here in the bottom of the 5th inning for the Cardinals. Cardinals going to try to chip away at this 12-4 lead here. All right, Drew Bostic to the plate, swings first pitch, hits it right back to the pitcher, underhanded over to first base. 4 out, number 1. Michael Betts, now the batter for the Cardinals.
Michael Betts.
And Betts swings through that fastball, 4 strike 1. And that pitch misses. 1-1 count to Michael Betts. And Betts swings through that one. 1 ball, 2 strike count now. And Betts swings through that one. I think it must have fouled off his ankle. Fouled off his foot there, top of his foot looks like. And that pitch inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The count to Michael Betts. 1 away here in the bottom of the 5th. And that one's going to be high. And the count full, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Jackson Wilson on deck for the Cardinals. Here comes the 3-2 pitch, and it's going to find the outside. No, that is going to be just off the edge of the plate.
Now batting for the Cardinals, number 21, Jackson Wilson.
All right, no balls, no strikes, one away. Jackson Wilson swings at the first pitch. It's hit in the air, center field, and caught there by the shortstop in shallow left center field.
At the plate for the Cardinals, the catcher,
Daniel
Daniel.
Chambers now to the plate. Leaves it up there, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. And Chambers fouls that one off. Out of play over on the right side of the field. Count 1 ball, 1 strike. Cardinals 2 down here. And that was going to be on the edge, outside edge of the plate. Well, 1 ball, 2 strike count, 2 away. Bottom of the 5th inning, Cardinals trail at 12-4. And that one up around the helmet. Evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Chambers fouls that one off. And the count remains 2-2. Sun finally going down here. And Chambers fouls that one off. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 away. Cardinals with a runner at first base, Michael Betts. Runs back, tags the bag. He takes his lead now. And that was going to be high in the zone. And a full count now to Daniel Chambers. And just realizing now that the camera is not showing you first base. We'll try to fix that. Daniel Chambers taps it over to shortstop. It gets past the shortstop, and that's going to be, I don't know.
At the plate for the Cardinals.
And we're going to have a runner for the catcher. First pitch to Zimmerman is a strike. I think we got the camera a little better for you there. And Zimmerman swings through that one. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes. And that one stays up in the zone. Aiden leaves it up there. A runner stranded on a hit, no runs. We're headed to the top of the 6th inning. Cardinals trail at 12-4. All right, Logan Johnson to lead it off for Ashdown here in the top of the 6th inning. Chris Randall pitching for the Cardinals. And that pitch just a tad inside. 1 ball, no strike count now to Logan Johnson. And swings through that one. 1 ball and 1 strike. And that one in for a strike. Good looking pitch there by Randall. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And that one comes across just off the plate. Count even, 2 balls, 2 strikes to Logan Johnson. Chris Randall's got the sign he wants from Daniel Chambers. Here comes the kick in, the delivery on the outside edge of the plate, and 4 strikeouts in a row there for Chris Randall. Number 7, the batter now for Ashdown, fouls that first pitch out of play. Cole Klinghorn is the batter. That pitch in the dirt. 2-2. And swings through that one, tagged out there by Chambers. And another strikeout there for Chris Randall. Sam Scroggins now the batter for Ashdown. And that pitch inside. 1 ball, no strikes to Sam Scroggins. Sixth inning. And swings through that one, and the count. 1 ball, 1 strike, actually fouled it into the glove of Daniel Chambers. 2 away in the inning. Cardinals from Chris Randall, and that's hit going to be fielded there by 1-2-3 here in the 6th inning. No hits, no runs, nobody left. Still a 12-4 Ashdown lead. Scantling swinging at the first pitch. That ball is going to be through the infield and a base hit for Elijah to lead off here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
At the plate for the Cardinals, number 2, Mari Etsy.
Marietzi, the batter now for the Cardinals. Big swing through that one for strike number 1. And that one high and outside. Catcher jumps over, snag. Mari hits that one high, pop up in the infield, third baseman under it for the catch, and out number 1.
Now batting number 11, Rodney Frazier.
Rodney Frazier now in the batter's box for the Cardinals. 1 away. Elijah Scantling down at first base. Here's the pitch. That's down the pipe. And the count is no balls and a strike to Rodney Frazier. And Frazier hits that one. Going to be a fair ball. No foul. Called it. And everybody's holding up Rodney. Foul ball. They're going to come back and do it again. All right, runners headed back to their bases. Elijah Scantling heads back to first. Rodney Frazier coming back to the plate.
No, you didn't. Okay. Oh, yeah. You gave me this little envelope. You're the best. Thank you. Sorry for the hardness. No, no, no. Do not last. You do it again, Rod.
All right, Rodney Frazier back in the box. No balls and 2 strikes is the count. And that pitch outside and snap throw, and nobody's watching. That ball is going to head down the line into right field. Elijah Scantling makes the turn at second. Throw comes in, and Elijah is thrown out at third base. All right, now 2 away in the inning, and Rodney Frazier at the plate. One ball and 2 strikes, the count to Frazier. 2 away. Bottom of the 6th inning for Frazier. Brody Dow to the plate now.
Now batting for the Cardinals, number 2, Brody Dow.
All right, Brody Dow trying to keep it going for the Cardinals here in the 6th inning. Cardinals need to add a run here, or 8. And that pitch high, catcher jumps up, snags it out of the air. A 1 ball, no strike count to Brody Dow. And fouls that one back into the glove, and the count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. And Brody hits that one up the middle, going to be fielded by the shortstop, and he loses it. Rodney Frazier slides in, and everybody is safe.
Now batting number 8, Drew Bostic.
Drew Bostic to the plate now for the Cardinals. And that pitch stays high. And Drew hits that one. That's going to be a base hit into right field. Opposite field hit. Here comes the throw. It's cut off. Rodney Frazier. All right, Cardinals out a run there on the single by Drew Bostic. Michael Betts. And balk called. The pitcher comes set. And balk called. That's going to bring Brody Dow across. Drew Bostic out to second base. And Ashdown coach going out to talk with the umpires to get an explanation on the ball. I was looking down at the scorecard. I did not see what took place. And Ashdown coach somewhat satisfied with the explanation. He goes back across the line, turns and looks back at the umpire, so maybe not satisfied. 12-6 now the lead, and Michael Betts watches strike one there on the outside edge of the plate. Drew Bostic moves down to second base on the balk. Brody Dow comes across to score, and Michael Betts going to hit that one into right field. That's going to drop for a base hit. Drew Bostic in at second base, and he's going to be safe. All right, Cardinals adding some runs here, and looks like we're going to have a meeting at the mound. I don't know if we're having a pitching change or not, but we're going to take a break with them here. Cardinals put 3 on the board so far with 2 outs. It's 12-7. All right, everybody stays put. Jackson Wilson at the plate, that pitch high. And it is 1 ball, no strikes to Jackson Wilson. Michael Betts stands out at second base. And that pitch again high in the zone. 2-0 count now to Jackson Wilson. Cardinals 3 across in the inning. 12-7. And that one fouled back, and the count 2 balls and a strike. That ball hit a spectator, and that one low, and the count score. Let's see, it's 3-1. There we go. Scoreboard showing 2-2. The count is 3-1. Here comes the walk. And Jackson Wilson aboard now for the Cardinals. And Daniel Chambers coming to the plate.
Now batting for the Cardinals, the catcher, number 12, Daniel Chambers.
All right, 12-7 game now. Bottom of the 6th inning. And that pitch outside, and here comes the pitch. Daniel Chambers going to hit that one. That's going to be down and past the diving outfielder. That's going to be extra bases. Here comes Michael Betts, and holding up at third base is Jackson Wilson. And now it's a 12-8 ball game, and Aiden Zimmerman coming to the plate. And Ashdown coach now calling time, and I believe we will have a pitching change. So 12-8, and Cardinals scoring some runs here. All right, Aiden Zimmerman to the plate for the Cardinals. 2 away. Cardinals with runners at second and third base. And 4 runs across in their half of the frame. Aiden Zimmerman looking to keep it going. That pitch up and away. New pitcher is number 1 there for the Ashdown Panthers, Nate Castle. And warning over to the Ashdown bench, apparently by the home plate umpire. All right, 1 ball, no strikes to Zimmerman. And that pitch in the dirt bounces away from the catcher, Jackson Wilson. Froze on the line there. 2-0 count. And Cardinals trying to capitalize on opportunities here and score a couple more runs in the ball game, or in the inning. That pitch in for a strike. 2-1 count. Elijah Scantling on deck for the Cardinals. If Aiden can get aboard here, base hit would score at least 1 for the Cardinals. That's going to be in the dirt. Nice job there. Catcher slides over and keeps that one in front of him. 3-1 count now. All right, 3-1 count. Nate Castle set. Here comes a delivery. That's, on the edge of the plate. And Zimmerman thought it was ball 4. It's a full count now. 3-2. And 3-2 pitch. Zimmerman fouls that one. It's going to be out of play. And he keeps it going here, stays alive with a 3-2 count, 2 outs. 2 runners on. Cardinals desperately need to score those runs here in the bottom of the 6th inning. And that pitch, curveball, it was nasty. Froze Zimmerman, and that's it for the Cardinals in the bottom of the 6th inning. But they do get 4 runs across on a couple of hits. And it is a 12-8 ball game headed to the 7th inning. All right, Chris Randall back on the mound, top of the 7th inning. Cardinals trying to set Ashdown down quickly here. One more opportunity in the bottom of the inning here for the Cardinals. Cooper, the batter for Ashdown, and an 0-1 count to Cooper. Here comes the pitch from Randall. That one stays a little high, and the count even 1-1 strike. And it's a 1-2 strike count. And that one outside evens it up. 2 strikes to Cooper. 12-8 your score here by top of the 7th inning. Cardinals get 4 across in the bottom of the 6th. And that one, woo! Nice pitch there by Randall. Just a bit high, maybe. And the count 3-2 strikes. And swings through that one for the strikeout. Chris Randall with another strikeout here in the game. That'd be, I believe, 6 for Randall here.
Now batting number 8, Cade White.
Cade White, the batter now, swings at that pitch for strike number 1. And swings again, and White in the hole 0-2. And that pitch high and away. White leaves it up there, and it's a 1-2 strike count. Chris Randall, last 2 outings, phenomenal job here. And let's see if he can pull this thing together for the Cardinals. That one low and inside, and an even count now at 2 strikes. 1 away here, top of the 7th inning. And swings through that one for another strikeout here.
Now batting is number 10.
7 strikeouts for Randall here since he came on in the 5th inning. And that pitch in for a strike. And that pitch outside. 1-1 count to Hayden Green. Get back to the plate one more time. And here comes the pitch. And that's going to stay high and outside. And the count. 2 balls and a strike to Green. All right, Chris Randall with the sign. He's going to kick. Here comes the pitch. And that's in for a strike. Evened up, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Top of the 7th inning here. Cardinals are looking for one more strike here out of Chris Randall. And the kick and delivery, and that's it. Another strikeout there for Chris Randall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 strikeouts for Randall since he's come in the game. 12-8 Ashdown lead. Cardinals are hot though with the pitching and the bats. See if they can extend that here in the bottom of the 7th inning. One more chance for the Cardinals. All right, of the 7th inning, Nate Castle is on the mound for Ashdown. Elijah Scantling going to lead it off for with a chance. Elijah Scantling, Mariuzzi, Rodney Frazier in the count, 1 ball and no strikes. And Cardinal dugout. And the count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. One count to Elijah Scantling. They're leading it off for Camden Fairview here in the bottom of the 7th inning. That pitch is fouled out of play. And it is a 1 ball and 2 strike count to Elijah Scantling. And Elijah hits that one off the end of the bat over to the shortstop. It is bobbled, and Elijah's going to beat it out. Throw gets past the first baseman. Elijah safe at first base. Mariuzzi, the batter now for the Cardinals. And that pitch inside. 1 ball and no strikes. All right, that pitch hit by Mariuzzi into right field. That's going to be down for a base hit. And Elijah Scantling safe at second. And base hit there by Utzi. And the Cardinals got something going here in the bottom of the seventh inning. Rodney Frazier, the batter for the Cardinals. Brody Dow on deck.
Rodney Frazier.
And that pitch in the dirt. Nice job there by the catcher to block that pitch, keep it out in front. A 1-ball, no strike count to Rodney Frazier. And that one outside. 2 balls and no strikes. 2-0 count to Rodney Frazier. Cardinals runners at first and second, no outs. We're in the bottom of the seventh inning. Cardinals trail at 8-12. And that one high at his eyes, and he leaves it up there. 3-0 count. And that one's outside. Rodney Frazier is going to walk down, load the bases here for the Cardinals in the bottom of the seventh inning. Brody Dow now the batter. Bases loaded, no outs. Brody Dow represents the tying run for the Cardinals here. And big swing through that one. Brody Dow down 0-1 now. And Dow fouls that one off. He's in the hole 0-2. No outs. Cardinals with a chance here to put some runs on the board, make this game a little closer than anybody thought it was going to be in the first inning. And Brody Dow hits that one over to third base. He steps on the bag and gets the force out at third, but that drives a run home for the Cardinals. And Drew Bostic to the plate for the Cardinals. And that pitch in for a strike. Time called. No balls and a strike. That curveball in for strike number 2. That one inside, and the count 1 ball, 2 strikes to Drew Bostic. Runners at first and second for the Cardinals. 1-2 count. Drew Bostic settles in here. And that one high. Drew leaves it up there. Count even now, 2 balls and 2 strikes. And that one high and above the head of Drew Bostic. Catcher does a good job getting over and keeping it from going to the backstop. Full count now, 1 away. Cardinals with runners At first and second, Drew Bostic representing the tying run here in the ball game. Drew keep it going here for the Cardinals with a base hit. And Drew's going to hit that one, fielded by the third baseman over to second. And the ball goes to the outfield. That scores 1 run. And here comes Brody Dow home and he's home 2 runs. And the score now is 12-11. 12-11. The score now for the game. Drew Bostic does the job that he needed to do and brings home 2 runs. Guys, this was an 11-0 Ashdown lead at the end of the first inning. And the Cardinals now within 1 run of tying this all up. Charlie Lewis going to come in and run for Drew Bostic. All right, Michael Betts, the batter for the Cardinals, 1 away. Michael Betts represents the winning run for the Cardinals here in the ballgame. Charlie Lewis in for Drew Bostic out at second. Michael Betts. One ball, no strike count, 1 away. And Betts swings through that one. 1 ball, 1 strike count.
Michael, come on, you got it.
All right, there goes over. Visits with Coach Austin May. Catcher goes out to the mound. Infield comes in. A little bit of a conversation here. Jack Jeff is going to come in now and run. All right. Jeffus out at second representing the tying run. Michael Betts at the plate with a 1-1 count. He represents the winning run here for the Cardinals. And that ball hits Michael Betts. And Betts going to be on base. Winning run on first base for the right. Jackson Wilson, the batter for the Cardinals.
Now batting the Cardinals, number 21, Jackson Wilson.
Bottom of the 7th inning, 1 out. A winning run for the Cardinals stands at first base after an 11-0 first inning by Ashdown. And that pitch in for strike. No balls and a strike. Jackson Wilson at the plate. And that one outside. And the count even 1 ball and 1 strike. And Wilson checks up on that one. And strike called. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1 away. Two away now. Daniel Chambers up for the Cardinals. Daniel Chambers hits that one. And first base. Daniel Chambers called out at first base. Close call over there. The tying run came across the plate, and unfortunate. Man, that was a close ball game. 11-0 in the first inning. Cardinals get back within one run. Disappointing there for the Cardinals. As close as they did, they never gave up. To be honest with you, a lot of people, including myself, thought it was over after the first inning. And Cardinals 12-11. And for the JV game, but we'll leave the string playing. Cardinals drop a heartbreaker 12-11.